bueno. Alright. Everything looks like it's going the way it's supposed to be going. Everything feels good. So let's get into it. We need to teleport out of here. I think we need to go to Karamja. Karamja. What up, dude? How are you? Actually, we need to go somewhere with a fucking bank. And all these things. Put all them things away. I have all of this XP here. And I kind of want to go turn it into stuff. I don't know. Yeah, let's go do that. What should we turn it into? I was going to turn it into agility, but honestly, I kind of want to use it for divination. Like, I'm here, I'm doing the divination. I'd like to see my progress go into divination. It's really hard to look at the long-term things and focus on the long-term goals when I have short-term goals and I'd like to complete those faster. And so I think I might do that. Instead of focusing on the really long-term stuff, I might just go ahead and focus on the short-term. And just get some divination. Right? I mean, that's only 12,000 bonus XP. That's not really that much. But it will have a positive effect on, you know, the next hour of my gameplay, which will feel pretty good. Alright, so now we go to Karamja. Yo, what's up, Chris? How are you? Oh no, it's not Karamja. It's Uglug. That's right. We gotta go over this way. Uglug. Hey, look at all these nerds. I see you, nerds. Oh shit. A Guthix butterfly already? What's up, dude? Give me that Hunter XP. So we've been bouncing back and forth for a little while. We get Hunter XP, and then we get Archaeology XP, and then we get Hunter XP, and then we get Archaeology XP. It's actually been really cool. We're just gonna level that shiznit up. I still don't know. We need to go look into how much XP I get from need to look at how much XP I get from making the porters, because I have 5,000 emerald necklaces. So I think I actually need to go check on this like right now. So we need to stop using up our energy and go check. Well, actually, I guess I can check the XP right here, can't I? We have tier 4 porters, which give us 13 XP. If we want to get to level 80, we need 1.3 million. So to get 1.3 million XP out of porters, we would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. So we'd need to make like 500,000 porters? No, 50,000 porters. No, it would be 500,000 porters, wouldn't it? Or maybe it would be 50. I don't know. Too much is the problem. Or not 500,000, 100,000. Yeah. Yeah, we need to make 100,000 porters to make 1.3 million. So that's not going to happen. Divination is weird because it just doesn't have like good XP outside of doing the thing, right? Like this is as good as the XP is gonna get right here, and it's not even that great. I mean, I'm only gaining double, so 27 when I put this stuff in here. XP, which is only double what I get from the porters. So I'm still gonna have to do like 50,000 of these memories are gonna have to go in here to get that 1.3 mil, which is kind of crazy. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Oh, and I do need the relic too, yeah. Still, that relic wouldn't do tons. I mean, it speeds up your dumping, but... I don't know. It's kind of crazy. But I definitely need my Hall of Memories. That's gonna be huge. Yo, Zesty Queso. What's up, dude? How are you today? I'm doing fucking awesome. We're just trying to get our divination up a little bit here. If we can get to 70, then I can start doing Hall of Memories and stuff, so... Been waiting to get home to catch another stream. Just got back from a vacation to Egypt. Oh shit, dude. That's awesome. What'd you get over there? Or what'd you get up to over there? What'd you go see? So, my grandmother, Chris, makes a queso dip that is maybe one of the greatest foods on earth. Because she puts ground beef in it and all kinds of vegetables, and it's like this really thick. It's like if you added chunky salsa to queso and then mix some beef in. It's kind of like a cheese soup. And then you just dip some chips in that bad boy. Oh my god, it's so good. Pyramids, a bunch of other ancient Egyptian stuff. Ancient Egyptian history and lore and mythology and stuff is really interesting. They had some really crazy, interesting beliefs. That Gathixian butterfly didn't give me... Oh yeah, it did. There we go. Gave me archaeology XP. Hey, what's up, Master of Light? Do you? That's cool. That's real cool. Nice. Very, very nice. One M Siller and cast 2. Oh yeah, what mythology is that? Ooh. Sumerian. I remember learning a little bit about Sumerian in high school, but I was never really a big history buff, so I don't really remember very much. That's really cool. Hey, what's up, Pikey? I'm in World 14 right now. Is the one that it put me in. Oh shit, you gotta get to 107 invention to get a Grace of Elves. Fuck me. How am I supposed to do that? Also, thank you very much, Pikey. I appreciate that. What does empowering the rift do? So I actually don't have those things that you get to empower things. I get the butterflies, which really doesn't help my my divination XP, but it's given me hunter and archaeology XP right now, which is kind of cool. I'm fairly entertained by that. Little butterfly flying around. Fly, fly, butterfly. Just make sure when you do fishing and fire making, you unlocked invention first. So you can make a rod from invention and tinder boxes from invention. Oh, I didn't realize that. Hey, it's Sir Pike. Did you just teleport straight over here? What in the hell? Empowered. So much XP. When you get Rod of Tinderbox level 10, you can get around 400k XP invention. Butterfly. Boop. Oh, wrong one. I want the enriched. Yeah, it does help just for the sake of having this enriched, vibrant spring here, because it gives me all these extra enriched energies or memories. So I get a ton of XP from that, so helps a lot. I appreciate it. Hope we get some super good news on Monday. Me too, Dean. Damn, another enriched vibrant energy. Dude, how many of those things do you got? That's awesome. Gonna get all the XPs. Jesus. That's pretty funny. Well, don't waste them all on little old me. I appreciate the assistance, but gotta look out for number one. Yeah, I can't wait until I can do the end tier. Golden rocks. Oop, there's another butterfly. Yeah, archaeology level. Dope. On your Iron Man, you're 95 div. Nice. Good job, dude. I'm trying to get to that 80. Only got 12 more levels to go. We'll be there soonish. Maybe. Probably not. I can come to you and help on my main if you want. I have around 10k chronicles. Jesus. Pick up the red dot. Oh. Oh, I can't. Yeah. Because I'm an iron. Can't pick up other people's drops. Yeah, Dean, I mean, I'm happy to have you over here if you want to hang out and do some divination stuff. I appreciate that y'all want to help, and I'm happy to take that help. But don't help me at any sort of detriment to yourselves. I have an unreasonable amount of time to play this game. So I'm gonna get where I'm going eventually. Yeah, we got it just yesterday, Zesty. On my 58th kill, we got the new pet. Because I get spooned fucking pets all the time. Hi, Karsten. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? Thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Pikey. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's funny, playing this game, especially because there's so much grindiness. I am able to do caches, yeah, Master of Light. I usually forget, but I am capable. But I get to not have to deal with some of the most difficult parts of the grind and stuff. Because I stream the game and because the people who play this game, the community in this game is so generous that I usually end up with a lot of help when I hit sticking point. Yeah, no, caches are great. We're definitely going to try and get our 200 cache points today. I don't think I've hit a full 200 yet. So we really need to buckle down on that. I am being a huge bum about that stuff. I mean, I could easily get 50 or 60,000 XP a day just off of that, and that would probably be enough, honestly, to take me to level 70. So, just in one day. Am I doing boons also? What the shit is a boon? Probably not. Boons are permanent unlocks. Oh, yeah. I do the boons. I do. Nox. That's okay. I don't have the relic on either. Down to 38 protean cogs. Oh no. And you're never gonna get another one. It's game over. No more proteans. Which is honestly super awesome. Let's be real. Hey, what's up, Barton? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. I don't really pay attention very much to the in-game songs. Suppose this one's nice though. I hope that leaving the in-game songs on my VODs on Twitch and YouTube doesn't eventually cause me a problem. Because that'll make me sad. These songs remind me a lot of, well, specifically this song reminds me a lot of The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. It has a very similar feel. I don't know. A very similar vibe. A Link to the Past was actually one of the first RPG games I ever played. The game was so good. Yeah, we had it on the NES when we were little. Played the shit out of that game. Pretty much from then on out, I was addicted to RPG games. There was no turning back. Honestly, that was kind of the heyday of RPG games, was back during the NES and Super NES and 64 days, because the games were short enough that you could do, you know, like a 5-day rental at Blockbuster, or we had a little video game rental store. It was just video games. And so we used to go and rent different RPGs, and then we'd bring them home for a 5-day rental, and we'd all sit around and play them together. Me and my dad and my 2 brothers. Even sometimes my mom would let us take over the living room TV on a weekend or something, and even she'd sit kind of back behind and read and watch and stuff while we all goofed around on there. But it was so good to be able to just snag up an RPG for a 5-day rental and then beat it and then turn it back in. It was phenomenal. Commodore 64. You know, I've never used a Commodore 64 before. Never ever. I don't know, 5 years old when we got our NES. For a really long time, I remember getting the Nintendo 64. The year that it came out, we were having Christmas at my grandparents' on my mom's side. And I don't know how many of y'all have played Super Mario 64, but that game was like way ahead of its time. That game was ridiculously good. But we sat and played that shit. Aunts and uncles coming in and playing, and we had such a good time with that. That was definitely the heyday of gaming, though, with consoles constantly one-upping each other, and mechanics were advancing a lot back in those days. You know, we were moving from 2D side-scrollers to 3D platformers, and RPGs were advancing really quickly, and we were going from, you know, turn-based RPGs to tactics games to real-time combats to, you know, all this other stuff. Things just felt like they were moving so fast back then. Every time you got a game, it was this whole new experience. Nice. I mean, until you invite the kids' friends over, then you charge them $0.25 a play, make a little money. I'm just kidding, I would never do that. Arcades were so much fun. There were two things that we got to do when we were kids that were pretty unique, that kids nowadays just don't really get to do because arcade games and stuff don't really keep up. But we had a lot of arcades. You know, even in my small town, our mall had an arcade. And that was really fun. And I don't think arcades are really a thing now. And then we used to have, and I guess this is kind of a big thing still in like Korea and Japan, but it's not really a thing here in the United States, is we had like a computer center in our hometown. It wasn't there for very long. It was only there for a year and a half or so. And we used to go there to play like RTS games and stuff against each other because they had a little local area network. This was back before we even had internet access at my house, when in order to play multiplayer games you really kind of had to LAN to do that stuff. And so we would go to this computer center and it was, you know, a couple dollars an hour or whatever to play. And we go play like Command and Conquer and shit against each other. Yo, what's up, Lee? Thank you very much for coming and helping make this much, much faster. Appreciate it. Gotta get my butterfly. Come here, butterfly. Yeah. Maybe I am just dry humping. There's nothing wrong with a little dry humping, dude. As a rhythmless white man, that's basically my entire dance portfolio, is just dry humping the air. I wish that I had the skill and strength to do ballet. I wish. My uncle's wife is actually a ballet dancer. Well, I guess not just ballet. She is a professional dancer. And she now runs a dance studio and teaches dance in my hometown. And I've taken a couple of classes with her over the course of my life. Obviously none in recent years, because I've become old and fat. But when I was younger, I took some classes with her. And let me tell you, go do an hour of introductory dance, and you will wake up the next day sore in places you didn't know you could get sore in. That shit is not easy. Like, damn. I like butterflies. They give me XP. I also like enriched vibrant energies. Hey, 9 more minutes. And then we get to go do a cache. If I can remember. Which I probably can't, so, you know. Cool. I appreciate that, Pikey. I appreciate that very much. Because I'll get real focused in on just doing the thing. And then I'll forget. Like an asshole. The crater overflows with energy. Pew. I love these enriched things. They're so cool. We're about to pass that level to level 69. Giggity. Hey, Evans. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Holy crap. We've already seen so many new faces today. That's crazy. We don't normally see this many new faces first thing in the stream. Nice. What's your smithing level at? What are you trying to get up to? Hey, level up. We can now make signs of protection. On death, protects one item. Does not work in PvP areas. Okay, well that is a remnant of a pastime, I believe. 110 to make a masterwork two-handed sword takes ages. I can't wait to make some masterwork gear. It's gonna be so dope. Gonna fuck some shit up. I can't wait just to augment a piece of gear. I am so fucking excited. I really need to get tier 80 or 85 one-handed weapon. One-handed melee to augment. Because right now all I really have is two-handers. Need to go look at a list on the wiki. 2 more minutes. Two more minutes. One more minute. We should only need to do about 2 or 3 of these, because we should be able to get all the points we need. One o'clock and all's well. Where's the cash? Let me in. Hello? There it is. Enter cash. Yeah, have a good day there, Ikey. And thanks again. I really appreciate the help. Hey, what's up, Coffee? No, I did not get the harpoon, unfortunately. But we got our pet, and that's the hard one. Everything else is just a question of doing a couple more bosses. I've gotten super lucky on my pets, so I can't really complain about anything else. Combined, the 3 pets that I have took less than 100 KC. So hey, what's up, Gamerscar? How are you? Glad to see you back. We're just over here chugging along, you know? Oh, I'm not picking up bottles because I have my fucking weapon on. Because I'm a jackass. I was wondering why these things weren't chasing me down and breaking my bottle. But, oh, there's another person. Not worth it. We're gonna kind of follow around behind him here. Started a hardcore iron. It's very fun to play. Very different for sure, not having the GE. Yeah. Now it's crazy not having access to the Grand Exchange and only being as powerful as the strongest weapon or armor that you've personally found. Not being able to, especially do things like buy one piece of a set that you don't get. Like, I've been waiting forever to finish out the Guthin set or the Duroc set or, you know, a bunch of stuff like that. Because I don't have any way to just go buy the one piece that I'm missing. Makes those grinds a lot more interesting. Boop. Okay, well, fuck this person. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to play any other way than Iron Man. As cool as the Grand Exchange could be, there's just something about Iron that I enjoy. Oh my god, what a fucking prick. That's cool, man. I like wasting my entire automation time so that you can get 2 pots. Holy shit, what a jackass. Got 120 magic for the inverted cape. Had to take a break from mainscape. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. It feels... If I was playing mainscape, I would have this pressure, this feeling that I needed to like be earning lots of currency or catching up so I could do the highest tier stuff. But there's enough of these guys to support 2 people in statue form. And I've always gone out of my way to go to the opposite side and follow behind, because these are going to start getting up behind this dude, and he's never going to get back over here. So I'm not trying to get in his way. But if he's gonna fucking drop everything, he also isn't resetting as quickly as he possibly can. And I'm not gonna wait and get less points because he's slow. Hey, what's up, Course? How are you? Am I coming to your 200M thieving? You about to get 200 million thieving? World 66 in 6 minutes? Yeah, I'll come to that. Yeah, see, it took him so long to hit and become the automaton again that it's already time for me to become the automaton. Hey, what's up, Cassie? Alright, World 66. Early gold. I mean, your best sources of gold are gonna be high alking things. You could try smithing lots of gear and selling it. That might give you some gold. But I would try and find something that you can farm fairly readily that can high out for, 10 or 20k a pop. Yeah, I'm not really the best person for a lot of that stuff because, I'm still really new to the game. But most of my gold I've made just by high alking. I high alked some Barrows Brothers stuff. Yeah, Cassie's right. Thieving is also a great place to start. It'll take a while to get high enough where it's actually starting to make you some currency. But you can get a pretty decent amount of currency and stuff from thieving. Some of the lower tier bosses have pretty good return rates on alchable materials and currency. The King Black Dragon and what's the other one that I got some good alchables from? Yeah, probably the King Black Dragon is the first boss that you could get some good high alkables. To get some currency. Oh yeah, if you're doing thieving for starting, then that's probably a good... Yo, what's up, Slate? How are you? Oh shit. Coors is about to hit all that XP. Doing good. Eventually got a level 57 woodcutting. Now I'm training combat and magic on mossy giants. Kill those motherfuckers. Get 'em. Lumpy Bori. What does it mean? Clumsy farmer. Nice. Hey, what's up, Mr. America? My greatest fishing achievement is I whittled a spear one time and then speared a fish with it in a lake. That is not an easy task to spear a fish. So congratulations. That shit's hard as fuck. Yeah, that was the most difficult thing, was because I just had the 1 point. I didn't even split it. I do not see it. I saw Sunny Delight got 100 million. But I don't see... Coors got 200 million. No! Why didn't you show me? Well, congratulations, Coors. I'm a little sad that I didn't get the spam. $200 million XP. That's so much. That's almost 10 times all of the XP I have in just one skill. I've been playing for 700 hours. So that's like, if the XP rate was the same, that would be a 7,000 hour investment. Which is goofy as shit. Now obviously it's not going to actually take 7,000 hours to get to 200 million, but still. That's fucking crazy. Butterfly! Yoink. We get so much XP from those rifts, those caches. We got almost as much XP from that cache as we did in almost an entire hour of getting enriched memories, enriched wisps, which is crazy. Like, absolutely crazy. There is no reason for that. Hey, Fairbury, what's up? How are you today? What are you getting up to in RuneScape? Torva gloves. I don't even know what Torva gloves are. Not too bad getting my pickaxe of life and death. Ooh. Gotta watch mostly from a TV, can't use the chat there. Oh yeah, that's cool. I appreciate the lurking just as much as I appreciate people in the chat. Streams are a form of entertainment, so you gotta enjoy them in whatever way is best for you. I really want to use these memory strands on stuff. Really growing in subs on YouTube. Yesterday you were 588, now it's 592. Thank you, Slate. Yeah, since I switched over to RuneScape, we've been doing really, really well. We started the channel on Once Human and grew a really, really good following very, very quickly on that game. But that game just didn't have the depth of content to keep a person like me who plays all the time engaged. And I made a huge mistake as a newbie streamer and switched games and then switched games again. And I spent pretty much the entire year last year not growing my channel at all, because I just couldn't settle on a game and couldn't build a community. But almost the first day that I moved to RuneScape and started playing this game, our community started to grow extremely quickly. I have been incredibly thankful for that. It's been pretty wild to watch. Hey, what's up, Grizz? I appreciate that, gamer. I appreciate that. Might start streaming some OSRS soon too on my channel since I hit my goal. Nice. Get it. Hey, FPS. What's up, dude? How are you today? You will end up with a lot more competition on OSRS Slate. But just bear that in mind. There's a lot more people making content and streaming that game than there are RS3. I mean, obviously, you gotta play the game that you enjoy, but there's a whole lot of fools over there. Finally got the mossy key. Nice. Sounds like somebody needs to take better care of their keys, though. They're not supposed to get mossy. I think maybe somebody wasn't taking care of their shit. Butterfly! I hate it. That's the only explanation I have. I don't have a jar. I don't have any sort of habitat for it. I catch it out of the air and then it vanishes. The only explanation I have is that I eat them. And apparently that gives me XP. Which I guess is fine. It's a little weird that my character eats butterflies. But you gotta do what you gotta do. If I could eat a butterfly and just be better at something like archaeology or hunting, then I would totally eat butterflies. So, that's fine. Bet they taste. That was pretty funny. I hope they don't taste like butter. Mostly because I don't know if you've ever just eaten butter. It's not good. I would rather it taste like chicken. That tree has a face. I suppose it would. I suppose it would make it a chicken fly. Where am I? What is this over here? Oh, it's a dig site. Wait, this spirit tree can transport me? Is that what that's trying to say? Yeah, there's so many ways to teleport in this game, it's crazy. Need to be level 83 for this dig site? Need to be level 76. That's cool. I really need to do the quests for, like, the fairy rings and shit also. So I can teleport around a little more. I do entirely too much walking in a game that has, like, 6 different types of teleports. There's just no reason for it. If the game is gonna let me teleport everywhere, might as well do it. I also decided that I am going to do my best to adjust my schedule, because I kind of need to start waking up a little earlier anyway. Because I'm starting to have trouble getting my stream started on time, because I'm waking up late. So we're not going to stream tomorrow because it's Sunday, because that's our day off. Oh, is there 2 butterflies? Holy crap. Get over here, butterfly. Yeah, so we won't be streaming tomorrow, but I'm going to try and not go to sleep tonight. And then, you know, like go to sleep at 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow. And then we'll wake up at 7. And we'll probably do a stream Monday morning at 7 for RuneScape Ahead. So that'll be like 9 Eastern. And then we'll watch the RuneScape Ahead. We'll talk a little bit about it. We'll stop streaming, and then we'll do our regular Monday stream. Lost all your stuff because of some stupid PK, or? Oh, you're playing OSRS. I was about to say, how did that happen? But I get it. This is why I won't be playing OSRS. I don't like losing my stuff when I die. It makes me very unhappy. Especially, there will never be a way to make PvPvE work because they're two contradictory game modes, right? If I go out into a zone where there's PvP and I do PvE activities, I am putting myself at a disadvantage. And so, if your goal is PvP, then you don't even want to engage in the PvE activities. The only way where PvPvE like actually works is in situations where the PvE is part of the objective. Like, if you were trying to take over a castle, and that castle had some PvE enemies that were supposed to help you defend it, or that were supposed to help your enemy defend it, and you were trying to take it over, and you had to fight those enemies, then that's an interesting implementation of PvE. But if I'm just out, like, doing PvE activities, and somebody can just come kill me and take my shit, that's never gonna be fun, because I'm always going to be at a disadvantage there. And so the reason that that doesn't work, or one of the reasons, is that the PvE activities are usually the things that are moving the economy, right? You're picking up resources and stuff like that that the economy needs. And so you need players to be going out and doing the PvE activities, but then you're putting the other players directly in their path of doing that. And then they're not going to want to do it, because why would I go out there and put myself at a disadvantage and let somebody kill me and interrupt my gameplay? There is no world in which that system works. Ever. Now, it's a little bit different in this game, in OSRS, because the wilderness is a fairly small section of the world. But there's still like a lot of bosses and stuff out there. I mean, it's still kind of obnoxious. It is definitely one of the things that will keep me from playing OSRS. I much prefer the opt-in system of RuneScape 3. I can snare wimpy birds. That's interesting. Took the mossy key that I was trying to get. Oh no. That's awful. Yeah, that sucks a lot, dude. I'm sorry. That sucks a lot. He's is there anywhere outside of the wilderness that you can get the mossy key? Because that's where I would go. I ain't trying to risk no 500,000 gold. Varic dungeon, but the drop rate is harder to get. Worth it. Security over speed all day. I wish more games would stop having PvP be part of progression. I wish that PvP was viewed as more of an auxiliary activity. Something you progressed so you could do it, not something that you did to progress. The first couple of MMOs that I ever played were Dark Age of Camelot and Guild Wars 1. And I know that back during that time, you had things like Ultima Online, and stuff like that. And those games had loot PvP systems, and they were popular. But they haven't stood the test of time, and they don't have the numbers, right? I think the numbers really show that players prefer PvP systems that are not part of their progression, right? There's something you progress toward. And I also think it's important to have PvP broken into brackets based on your progression. So instead of everybody fighting in the same open arena, you have people of similar levels and stuff like that fighting in different arenas, because you want to be able to participate in your PvP as you're leveling, right? You want to be able to take a little break and stuff like that. So I think it's very important that you break that down. You find good breakpoints, like power breakpoints, and then you create arenas at all the different tiers of play so that people can participate in your PvP. But then, you can't lock loot behind PvP, because if I have to PvP people in order to access certain loot or certain resources, then like 50% of your player base will never be able to get those resources, because as soon as you're less than average at PvP, you can never get to those places. Especially if it's not a faction-based system, and instead it's like a guild-based system or a free-for-all system. Immediately, you just start barring huge swaths of your player base from accessing resources. And so you just have to separate, right? PvP just needs to be this thing that you can go do. Right? It's arenas in WoW. It's RVR in Guild Wars 2. It's whatever the PvP in Final Fantasy XIV is. Right? It's a thing that you progress to get to, and then you go do as sort of an end game repeatable loop. Or even a mid game repeatable loop, right? But it's not part of your progression. The other reason progression PvP systems are really bad is they make the players that have the most difficult time progressing have an even more difficult time progressing. Right? If you have a PvE progression system, then your worst players are going to have a more difficult time progressing. And that's to be expected. There's nothing you can do about that. But if you're one of the worst players and you have to progress through PvP, then your progression becomes almost impossible. And so how do you balance progression in a system like that? Right? Things like Albion Online, EVE Online, games that have almost all of their progression tied to their PvP, it's impossible for new or unskilled players to participate in those games because they have negative progression. Because you can negatively progress because your economy is a big part of your progression in those games. And so if you're buying ships and not getting what you need to replace your ship or your build or whatever before you get killed again, then you're going backwards, which is crazy. It is all but impossible for your lowest 30% of players. And when those players leave, it doesn't just get rid of the players who are bad at the game, because that's not the way percentages work. If your lowest skilled 30% of players leave the game, then you still have a lowest 30% of players. It's just a new set of players, which is why you constantly get deprecating or depreciating player values in those games over time, is because when you stop being able to make positive progress, you leave. And then once you leave, somebody new gets put into a position where you can't make positive progress. Why do I see 79 crafting, not 80, because that's not how invention works? I mean, I'm working on it, dude. Damn. So rude. Come in here and just start talking shit. What an asshole. I'll get there. I'll get there. Do you really want to watch me mine gems again? Actually, I don't even think I'd need to mine gems. I'd just have to go get some gold. And then make more necklaces. And then we'd get there. I think I even have enough porters that I'd probably be able to do it. But it would pretty much take the entire stream to get all the gold, smelt it, and then turn it into necklaces. We'll get there. I thought that I was maybe going to make it before Monday, but it's definitely taking me more time. And I did take yesterday off of grinding for invention, and we just went and killed a bunch of bosses all day yesterday because I couldn't keep grinding the skill levels. I needed to murder stuff. Needed to murder stuff. Sometimes you gotta take a break from your progress for a little wanton destruction. Did you actually get everything from the murdering murderer? No, I did not. I did not. Which is actually pretty sad. I did get my little duder here, though. We got our little eyeball pet. But I still didn't get my bow or my wand, which makes me sad. I also didn't get a dragon harpoon or a range necklace from Flesh Hatcher. It was all very depressing. I just want those good goods. But we're about to hit divination level 70, which means we'll be able to go do that other thing. Whatever it is, like the memory well, or I don't know what it's called. I found the guy, but he didn't want to give me my stuff back, so I sold most of the stuff in my bank to get back the right path, work my way up. Yeah, Hall of Memories. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's pretty unlikely that the kind of people who want to go out and gank are not very likely to give you back your stuff, Slate. That's the point. They want your stuff. But at least you tried. Never hurts to try. not have any inventory space. Alright. We're about to hit a cache here. So exciting. So exciting. Give me my Gothic's cash. Okay, game. Why you do this to me? God damn it. 80K is not a lot. Good luck. Okay. Oh, look, you finally figured it out. Ain't that something? Except you're running all the way around in a circle. Instead of just being where it's useful. This is a Gathixian cache. You come down here, you score points, you get XP. You can only have so many points a day total. What necklace? Oh, the flesh hatcher? Oh, I mean, I'll get it eventually. I just want it because it's a log. And it'll be stronger than my current everything necklace. So when I'm using ranged, then I'll just do more damage and stuff. But I don't have any sort of particular need for it or anything. I just want to finish all the logs. Yeah, I'm an iron, so I can't trade like that. But also, I don't think that would add it to my logbook, would it? And that's mostly what I'm after, is I want to complete the logs. Hey, I got 100 points this time. Nice. About fudging time. Alright. We can go ahead and get out of here then. And we level up to 70. Nice. One of the requirements for a quest. All the levels I need for Stellarborn. What does that give me? Quest points, mining XP, divination XP. A magical meteorite chunk. Access to Zolaria. 5% increased XP when mining shooting stars. 500 stardust. Ooh. Yeah, just 10 more levels. That's exciting. Let's go up here. Let's go to our memory shards and teleport. And then let's go see about this pool. Yeah, I can actually go in here now. You will now start to gather divination fragments in your currency pouch, which can be used to make pieces of the divine simulacrum outfits. Hello? Greetings, Greetings, automaton. I appear to be in a state of disrepair. Warning, core memory is missing. Automaton, you must help fix this. Do not neglect your duties. The archivist hands you 2 jars, one empty and one full. Routine 1. I have given you a full jar. Deposit it at the far side of this hall. Routine 2. I have given you an empty jar. Fill it with energy from the scattered memories in the hall. Once full, well, see Routine 1. You can find more jars in the room to the southeast of here. A memory storage bot jumps into your backpack. This bot will automatically look to recover data when harvesting from lustrous memories within the Hall of Memories. Additional subroutine. Take this memory bot with you, and it will gradually recover a core memory as you work the human urns. I have 5 memory bots for you to complete. Once a memory bot has completed its job, it will have fully recovered a core memory. Each recovered memory unlocks a bonus effect related to divination. Oh, really? What's all these little dudes? Oh, that's the storage bots. Oh, that's dope. Okay, so I can harvest luminous memories. Nope, need 90 divination. What about radiant memories? Need 85 divination. Brilliant memories? 80 divination. Lustrous memories, oh, there we go. I can get lustrous memories. And I'm now gaining divination fragments. And this bot is recovering. Okay. And I have a full jar and an empty jar. So I'm filling up this jar and I'm filling up this bot. I dig it. What's a faded memory? Okay, well, I'm gaining jar stuff, but I'm not gaining... So I definitely think I want to keep to the lustrous so that I can gain bot stuffs. Although it looked like that faded memory gave me way more jar energy. So once I complete this bot, then I can start worrying about faded memories and get way more jar energy, I think. Faded is slowest, but a bit more AFK. Oh, okay. Well, then never mind. Let's try throwing this one in there. Oh, I got 3,000 XP for that? Oh my goodness. That's so much XP. Holy shit. Where's my lustrous? There we are. Hey, this is a pretty good little XP spot. So I could fill up my whole inventory with these jars and just be chilling down here forever. Ever? Forever, ever? Yeah, there we go. How long is it going to take me, I wonder, to fill up a whole inventory worth of jars? Let's find out. Because at 3,000 apiece, a whole inventory is, I don't know, about a level? It's almost 90k. That's pretty good. I do need to go use the restroom real quick. So we're going to hit one of these faded memories, and I'll be right back. There we go. Got some more lustrous memories. It takes quite a while to fill up these jars. Core memory fragment released. Data must be contained. Don't have enough inventory space. Let's do that. Core memory fragment appears very unstable. This should be placed in an unoccupied plinth within the Hall of Memories. An unoccupied plinth. Here we go. There's one with like some green on it. Surely that's the one. Looks like this plinth is already emanating energy. Okay. There we go. Oh, nice. Okay, so eventually we'll trigger whatever this is by getting enough core memories. Okay, this is interesting. Being in close proximity to the butterfly, the dust grants a blessing of recollection. What the fudge? This butterfly? Blessing of recollection, a chance to obtain memory shards when harvesting in the Hall of Memories. What the heck does that mean? Hey, I have a full memory jar. Nice. Oh, memory shards that I can open. Pure shard of crystallized memories. When I open those, what do they turn into? Does anybody know? I guess I can check the wiki. RS3 memory shard. Well, I'm afraid that it's gonna need spaces in my inventory. Memory shards maybe. Click it. Oh. Oh, it's a crafting thing. Oh, I can make sign of the porters with them. That's actually pretty interesting. Portents of restoration. Well, that's cool. Yeah, that's really cool. The fact that you just need these memory shards is awesome. So you want to periodically walk by the butterfly then and get your buff. And then go hit up your little jobber here. Because that buff only lasts a minute. And then I assume that maybe doing these core memory things will trigger more butterflies or more butterfly buffs or something. Because they've got the little butterfly thing. So it looks like I get 3 of these plinths with memories. And then something butterfly happens. That's a radiant. So now I just have to keep an eye out for another core memory, which I guess I'm going to need. We're going to get rid of that because that was only 3 energy. But if another core memory pops out, I got to have a space for it. This is a pretty cool little spot for leveling up, doing your skill stuff. The XP is going to be pretty decent. Your ability to make things is going to be nice. So I can't do this sign of the porter yet because I need a higher divination level. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that all works super well. Really, really cool system. I love how, even though this game's systems are all fairly similar, right? Gathering is pretty much always click on the thing, gather the stuff. There are small little differences in how each of the gatherings, each of the skillings works. And that just small little change gives quite a bit of exploration value. Makes them all pretty fun. This is pretty cool. What's over here? There's nothing over here? Okay. Come a little closer, butterfly. Thank you. Hey, filled up another jar. Booyah. It's not crazy fast XP, but I feel like it might just be fast enough. Obviously, the XP will also increase quite a bit as I can start clicking more different plinths or more different energy areas or whatever. I'm sure we'll fill these up faster. We'll get, you know, more tick, XP, all that stuff. Having to look specifically for the lustrous is a little obnoxious. Wonder how often core memory fragments appear. The next thing I'm going to need to look at is I need to prestige so that I can spend one of my currencies. This currency here, I need to prestige. I don't know exactly how to do that. Maybe we should go out the pool real quick. Do I lose my memory jars? Let's find out. Nope. Alright, give memory strands. You can only do that once you have prestiged at least once. Prestige. Prestiging will grant you a small amount of divination experience and severs the connection between all charged engrams and their echoes. You will be able to charge the engrams again to unlock additional reward slots. All currently active bonuses will remain. Prestige. You still need to charge 11 engrams and hand them in to Orla before you can prestige. Okay. I feel like that's really important, though. Holy shit, there's a penguin. Well, it says he left a casket behind, but he didn't. Where are my lustrous memories? Oh, he left it in my inventory. Ha! Okay, well I almost certainly... Oh, I can. Nice. 10 hard leathers, 1 air talisman, some teleports. I can't re-roll the reward. Did I drop most of that on the ground? Some of my rewards were sent to my bank instead. Nice. Although now, I don't have a slot for my core memories. There we go. Oh. Core memory fragment. Nice. Okay, hopefully this is the last of these plinths, because I want to see what happens here. We gain 1,000 XP. Oh, I thought something was going to happen with the butterfly. Ooh, a knowledge fragment. Oh, a bunch of knowledge fragments. That must be what happened when I powered that up. Oh, that's dope. Oh my god, there's so much freaking XP. Holy shit. Yeah, I kind of wanted to try and like fill up a whole inventory of urns and then turn them all in at one time. Just for grins. Oh my god. This is so much XP. And it just keeps spitting them out too. Holy crap. Giving mining and smithing a rest, doing some woodcutting now, nearly 96. Hey, congratulations. Good job, Dean. So once you hit level 70 in divination, you get access to this pool where you can come down here and do this like little mini game thing. And part of it is that sometimes these core memories come out and you fill these plinths and then knowledge fragments pop out. And that's why I was getting all that XP. And now the knowledge fragments have stopped. Because it's like a temporary thing. But I gained a stupid amount of XP from that. Like 10 or 15k. Plus each of these full jars is worth 3k to me. So I've got another 6. I mean, I'm just making XP. Holy shit. So much more XP than doing this shit at the wells. Or the rifts or whatever. And super fun. It's like a really active way to gather. Really enjoying it. We've got 3 full jars now. Oh, nice. It reset right to the one I was already at. Hell yeah. I love that I'm just going to be able to make free porters with this. That's really awesome. I'll probably hold on to them though. Let's see. The highest tier porter is this one. Requires 50, gives me 50. So actually this one requires 16 and gives me 20. So this is actually more porters per memory shard. So the lower tier ones are actually better. Which is weird. It also seems like these memory shards are worth a little less than 1 XP per shard. So here we get 30 XP for 50. Here we get 13 for 16. So we can kind of keep track of how much XP we're banking as well. Based on that. It's ultimately not going to be a lot. We're not getting a lot of these shards, and they don't really have a lot of value. But that might change in the future. I don't know what the shard rates are going to be for the higher tiers of energy or of memories. It's nice that there are no secondary resource requirements here. So all it takes is shards for these, which is awesome. Memory storage bot successfully. Memory successfully recovered. This bot should be returned to the archivist within the Hall of Memories. Alright. Greetings, automaton. What can I do for you? How's the little memory storage bot doing? You will now benefit the following extra passive effect from the memorial to Guthix Fountain of Energy. Excellent work, automaton. The memory process looks to be complete. However, there are still other core memories that need recovering. You do not appear to be experienced enough yet to take on another memory storage bot. Okay, it told me about those core memories. So I want to know what the benefit is. How do I look at that? Boon of Lustrous Energy, Divine Necrite, Divine Phasmatite. Check Recovery. You do not appear. Nope. Archive. Aha. Extra passive effect from the Memorial to Guthix Fountain of Energy. What is the Memorial to Guthix Fountain of Energy? Because I feel like that Memorial to Guthix thing is outside, right? Fountain of Energy. All right. So I have an additional effect that I could have here. But I don't currently have any more little jobbers. Okay. Oh, well, that's nice. That dude automatically talks to me when I come down here. So if I come down here and I'm at the right level for the next one, it'll just be like, hey, dude, there's a thing you need to do. It's actually really convenient. So I don't accidentally waste my time or something. Alright. So we're looking to get to 80 XP. We need 80 level. We need 1.2 million. We're getting 3K from each of these memory jars. In about an hour, I'm going to get to about 5 memory jars. So that's only 15K per hour, which is actually really bad. We're going to have to pick up the pace. I mean, obviously there's other things that I'm doing in here that are also gaining me XP. So I've gained way more than 15K. Actually, I think I've gained like 30K. But still. Not nearly enough. I'm having trouble finding these lustrous memories. Is there a cap on this, or can you do it as much as you want? I have no idea. Anybody in the chat know? Is there a cap on how much I can do down in here? It doesn't seem to be such good XP that I would expect it to have a cap. But core memory fragment. It would also be a little weird to me if there were two things that there were caps on for divination. Like you could only do Guthix caches so much a day, and then you could also only do this so much a day. Would be pretty frustrating. So hopefully that's not how that works. You know what might help down here? we toggle high contrast, we can see these things a little better, but they don't show us the colors. So we sort of have to hover them to see which one is which. And it doesn't highlight the ones all the way across. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. I wonder what happens when you fill up both sets of plinths. No cap? Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Cassie. I appreciate it. So from this point forward, this will probably be the way we XP divination. This and the caches. And then if we want to craft stuff, we'll go ahead and just go turn memories into energy and just gather up a ton of energy. Whoops. Oh, shit. I thought I was going to this and not this, and when I passed that, I thought maybe it had changed, and then I fucked up. Let's go get our butterfly buff, and boom. Gather up that energy. We have 5 full jars. This is one of the most active skilling systems that I've run into so far in this game. The amount of time you spend at a single node is extremely low. So this is definitely not an AFK style. I guess you could do this faded memory stuff in the middle, and that might AFK it a little more. It seems like they take a little longer. Although, honestly, I don't know. Let's see. How much XP? So I'm still getting 12 XP a tick here. I don't know that these faded memories are that much less valuable than, like, the lustrous. Maybe later, when I can get more of the different types. But I feel like I'm actually getting quite a bit of XP and stuff here. I need to get into the Divi world. Oh, does that help a lot? Let's go see what happens. Hey, tons of more people in here. Look at all these nerds. Yeah, more people getting core memories and triggering the knowledge orbs or whatever. Yep, this is cool. Whoops. Didn't mean to clear my throat in y'all's ear like that, sorry. Somebody just added a core memory to a plinth. So we only need one more plinth, and then we'll get a knowledge thing. Get a ton of XP there. So you could hold on to those core memories also. It seems like. And like bank them maybe. I wonder if you can bank them. I wonder if they're bankable. You could hang on to them. And then trigger those knowledge things repeatedly. I love how as soon as the faded memory disappears, another one just appears right in its place. It's really easy to get these faded memories. I like that. And they seem to be filling up these jars really well because there's a lot less like moving around time. I'll probably go ahead from now on, if I get lustrous in one of these middle points, I'll go ahead and hit it because it's better. But actually by quite a bit. Holy crap. But when I'm not hitting the lustrous, we'll hit these fadeds here in the middle. And we'll just stay in the center. Because the XP per tick is pretty close, I think. So I'm not losing a ton there. But I'm getting a pretty similar amount of jar percentage. Because I'm not chasing the lustrouses around. And I actually think I'm getting more memory shards this way. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Sorry I missed you there for a minute. I was really kind of focused in on what I'm doing. I am having one of the most fabulous weekends ever. How about you? What are you getting up to this weekend? Oh shit. Okay, that was interesting. I'm still getting about the same amount per tick. Doesn't look like I'm getting anything in my memory jar from this, though. That's weird. Bad, I'm working on some quests tonight, listening to your... I need to work on quests, and I always need to work on quests, and I never do it, because gross. RNG sucks. What are you trying to get right now, Grizz? Or memory playback. Okay, I don't feel like harvesting that guy in the center did me any good there. Like, I got to kind of AFK for a second, but I didn't get any jar stuff or anything. Weird. Fucking weird. Doing archaeology, doing my mysteries. Some of these mysteries require pages you dig up. Like 1 hour dry currently and haven't gotten not one yet. Oh, that sucks. You good, noob? Didn't you know RNG is a skill issue? That's right. Skill issue, dude. If you were better at the game, your RNG would be better. At least, I assume that's how it works, because my RNG is so good. And obviously, I'm phenomenal at the game. So, that must be it, right? It's okay. I believe in you. You'll get there. Core memory. Oh. So the core memory comes out and only one person gets to get it? That's crazy. Oh, and then you're putting it on the wrong side. There was already one over here, dude. What are you doing to me? So it seems like if the core memory only comes out every so often, I mean, I guess it seems like it's coming out more, but still. Right, but I think when you fill one side, you get the knowledge thing. And then when you fill both sides, you get the guy in the middle, right? So you kind of want to fill like one side at a time. At least that's what it seems like to me with my fairly limited experience with the system so far. On the bright side, this being in the middle, gathering up these faded memories thing, and then filling up these jars is barely AFK. This is definitely something that I can do while I'm watching TV later. So I should be able to give myself a lot of XP tonight and the next day. So hopefully we can push this 80 really hard. Maybe if I do this all day on Sunday, maybe I can make it to 80. And then just a little bit of gold and a little bit more crafting necklaces. And then we'll be good. And then on Monday, hopefully, we can hit up some invention and augment a weapon. And then we're probably going to have to spend all of our time for the rest of the month killing things. Probably bosses. We'll do the flesh hatcher probably a lot during stream. We'll do like flesh hatcher and Barrow Brothers and some stuff like that. And that'll help us get some of our logbooks as well as XP for attack, because we've still got 11 attack levels that we need. Core memory fragment release. Somebody picked it up. Yeah, that's why we've been doing it. I do get better XP because I don't kill the flesh hatcher super fast. So I do get some better XP doing some other things. I'll probably spend some time at the Barrows Brothers and try and get my last piece of Guthans. Because if I could get my last piece of Guthans, then I could beat the shit out of the flesh hatcher. Without necessarily needing my defensive abilities, I think. And if I could do that with Guthans, only needing the food that the flesh hatcher drops, and just stay there permanently, then that would be nice. And then I could probably speed up that kill by, 30 seconds to a minute. And that would feel really good. honestly, if I just teleport back to War's Retreat, I might be able to just go ahead and switch to a full two-hand build right now. Because I don't think that I'll die during that fight. As long as I kill... Oh, we filled up that side. And nothing happened. Weird. Yeah. I really enjoyed yesterday. We were able to spend 3 hours at the Flesh Hatcher without ever leaving the Flesh Hatcher. Yeah, you get 50% extra combat XP from the Flesh Hatcher. I'm getting like 10 to 12k per kill on my attack right now. It's really good XP. If you can kill him in about 3 minutes, and you're around like my tier, that's pretty close to as much XP per time as you're going to be getting. Yeah, it's definitely worth. Definitely. And he's got a lot of really good stuff. I mean, you get dragon longswords, you've got harpoons, you've got a really good ranged neck. You know, his drop table isn't terrible. Get lots of prayer potions. Get lots of those things. Ah, fuck. I don't know. PB is 19.2 seconds, but I'm way over leveled. Yeah, no shit. Probably ranged. Flesh Hatcher is weak to ranged. Oh, okay. You did do it with Necro. Bet you could beat your time if you did it with ranged. I bet. Yeah, I normally melee him too, Grizz. I like the melee because the melee's got the better AoE abilities. Because he shoots the eggs right next to you, it's really easy just to drop a melee right on top of yourself and nuke the eggs real quick. Once I get to a point where I can kill him without him spitting out the eggs, then, you know, mage and range might have some value. But since right now I'm stuck having to do it this way. Basically every speed skill done in the game is with melee. Melee has the highest burst damage potential late game. Interesting. You know what I just realized? Berserk is a strength skill, and it does not require... Oh, it says melee attacks. Never mind. Never mind. I was about to say, you could throw down some Berserk on some mage and some ranged. but you in fact cannot. Normally doesn't tell you, but Berserk does not increase the damage of bleeds. Interesting. So rule of thumb is bleeds are best DPS outside of Berserk, when Berserk don't use bleeds. Interesting. Interesting. $103 Necro. Necro is cheating. Ooh, let's go get some lustrous. Yeah, boy. Ooh, core memory came out. Oh no, knowledge fragments. Wahoo! Wahoo! Oh no. There's too many people. I can't get enough knowledge fragments. Level up. Yeah, there's too many people in here for this knowledge fragment thing. I mean, we got to it a lot faster, but I can't get nearly enough XP. I got so much more XP when I was down there by myself. Oop. That person's fucking cheating. Fucking cheater. It would be cool if they come out with more group bossing, where everyone needs a role. Like, people only use range and mage and melee and so on. So, yes, I would love to be able to do, like, some legitimate tanking. That would make me super happy. But you do have to be careful when you put in group content into a game that's primarily solo like this. Because if you put in group content that has like the best gear, and you force people who are playing a game that can primarily be played solo to then group, you definitely run the risk of alienating some people. Now we've got Agi. I don't really think I want to listen. Oh, I am getting more XP per tick this time. But we're still not filling up our memory jars this way. I don't really understand the value of this. I mean, I guess we're getting XP twice as fast from the ticks. But I don't know. Oh, I am getting memory jar. I didn't get memory jar when it was the other guy. Dope. Never mind. Yeah, this is totally worth. We're getting memory jars almost twice as fast as we were getting them when we were in the area by ourselves. Although, I don't know if that's because of being in the area with the group. I don't think that's it. I think it's because I started getting these faded memories instead of running around looking for the luminous or whatever. Lustrous, there you go. Because it's less running around, I feel like I'm getting much better memory jar stuff. The Amascut boss has to be done in a group. One of the things I really want to do is I really want to see about soloing some of those multiplayer things. I don't know if there are mechanics that make it absolutely impossible or something, but I definitely want to see if maybe we can create some builds that make it viable to do some of that. Because I really like soloing multiplayer content, or doing content that's designed for more players with less players, even if it takes longer. That was something that the Guild Wars 1 community was really good at, was analyzing content and then making minimalist builds in order to overcome it. Like there was 6-person content, the Fissure of Woe, and the Underworld, and a bunch of builds came out to like 2 and 3-person, go down into those zones and farm resources and stuff. And that was really fun. And then I could, with my warrior, there was this thing called Ascension, and it was what you did when you got to level 20 to like, it was the last step of your power progression in the game. And so I could solo all the quests that you had to do in order to do that. So I actually ascended a level 2 character by teaming it up with my warrior. And so I went and soloed all the quests, and the warrior account just sat back in the back and waited. And then the last step of the ascension was to fight a mirror match. And so you could take a Necro in there and use some Thorn's abilities, and you could just make the boss kill himself on you. and then you could ascend, and you would go from level 2 to like level 18. It was hilarious. But I love trying to do stuff like that, trying to push whatever you can. I got the core memory, 'cause I'm the greatest. So that a mascot boss can't be soloed at all. Too many mechanics that require a group. So they say. Are they probably right? Sure. Am I gonna double check when I get there? Absolutely. We ain't taking nobody's word for that shit. It won't even let me go in there? Because there's ways around that too. You can go in there with a group, and then just everybody else chill at the beginning. Like I said, those people are probably right. It's probably not possible. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't give it the old college try. But what's the effect? So if you need 4 people at different points of a grid, is it like a one-shot KO? What is it that happens when you don't have 4 people on the grid? And is there something you could maybe do to try and like mitigate that damage or, something like that? But again, just because those mechanics say you have to have at least 2 people to complete the mechanic. It's the effect of not completing the mechanic that matters. Because if it's not an insta-death, one-shot kill, then it still might be possible to solo, right? You need to bring damage mitigation, you need to bring lots of food, you need, some stuff to try and rejuvenate yourself. But unless it's automatic death, then not completing the mechanic might be okay. Or if it's something that like stops you from being able to damage the boss or something. Most of the mechanics are instant kills if you don't correctly. I mean, even that might not be a deal breaker, right? Because you can use portents of life, and you can reset your timer on a portent of life. So even if you insta-die, you could come back at 25% health. And then if you can reset that, then you can do that through all of those mechs. So, I mean, there's always some stuff you can try. And maybe it won't work. Like I said, I haven't seen it. I don't know. But I'm at least going to give it a shot. For instance, at one point you have to take turns taking a green beam. If the same person tanks it back to back, insta-killed. Oh yeah, you could just portent a life that. No problem. Absolutely. But then you'll just get insta-killed 5 seconds later, and again, and again. But if you can reset the portent of life timer, which you can, that might not matter. I also don't know, how long does the portent of life take to bring you back to life? So if this green beam is shooting out, I assume it shoots out for a certain amount of time. So your goal is going to be to like try and stay alive for as long as possible, and then take the death, and then portent of life it to come back. And if you can extend all of that until the end of that beam, then you're good. It's 1 instance of damage, and it happens every 7 to 8 seconds. Oh, I mean, if you've got 7 to 8 seconds to heal, you're good. You can heal through that. And if it's an instance of damage, then there are things like what I've been trying to do with the Defender and Sliskays and Ceradomans and stuff like that. They all have extreme damage mitigation that mitigates up to 95% of a hit. And you can get that up to like a 20% chance. You can't portent of life through it. That's interesting. We'll try some stuff. This game is really old, and it's got a lot of layers and a lot of old stuff stacked on top of new stuff, or a lot of new stuff stacked on top of old stuff. So as they create new content and stuff, it becomes virtually impossible for them to figure out all of the things that players might do to overcome some of their mechanics, which creates a lot of opportunity, right? A lot of weird interactions that don't quite work and all kinds of stuff like that. So I'll be interested. I mean, everybody who tried to climb to the top of Mount Everest failed, until the first person succeeded. Just because it's never been done doesn't mean you shouldn't at least give it a shot. I mean, how long did Tetris exist? And everybody thought there was no kill screen in Tetris for like 20 years. And then some 13-year-old kill screened Tetris like 3 years ago. And everybody was like, it's not possible, it doesn't exist, there's no such thing as a Tetris kill screen. For decades. A kill screen in a game like Tetris means you get all the way to the end. Like you reach the max score and then the game stops and you like roll credits. That's the kill screen. So like Missile Command and stuff like that. Old arcade games. It's really old arcade game slang. But it means you killed the game. Like you won. And nobody had ever done it in Tetris. And everybody thought that the game just went on forever. And that there was no end. And you couldn't get to the end. And then a couple of years ago, some 13-year-old kid beat Tetris. For the first time ever. I mean, I'm totally prepared for that outcome, Constellation. I don't mind if that happens to be true. I just am not going to resign myself to not being able to do it before trying. And even if it is maybe theoretically possible, I might not be the one who can do it, right? Like, Maybe I'm not good enough. That's totally possible. But I'm going to try. I mean, if that's the case, then I'll find out very, very quickly that it can't be done. Because we'll run into that barrier where the two mechanics happen, and I'll just die, and it'll never work. And that's possible. But I mean, I don't know if it's possible to desync the boss somehow to get him to separate those two mechanics so that maybe they don't happen at the same time. Games are glitchy, so there might be something you could do to try and desync those attacks. Depending on how the damage calculation is done, you might be able to get hit by both of those attacks at the same time and create a single damage calculation for it. So maybe you could resonance the attacks, or... I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that you at least have to try. You might only try it one time, and then, okay, no, that doesn't work. But you at least got to go press the buttons and see the outcome. Why watch a video? I can just go figure it out for myself. I mean, that might be true, William. And that's my expected... That would be what I would expect to happen. But if you base truth off of expectation instead of experience, then you leave possibility for being wrong. Right? I know that this game is going to calculate all of its different hits and all of its different damages separately. But knowing that and going and making sure that that stays true for two specific attacks that I'm trying to find a way to get through is a bad idea. I'm not trolling. It is possible that somebody made a mistake in the programming where those two attacks could potentially compound on each other and give a single damage number. It's not likely. I would say it's 1 in a billion. But you might as well check. I mean, that's what a glitch is, right? I mean, the entire genre of speedrunning is built on doing stuff that you know doesn't work until you find a spot where it works. To skip sections of content so you can speedrun. But that's the whole genre of that content. Yeah, didn't we just have somebody, it was like 3 days ago, one of the chatters killed Flesh Hunter with 0 equipment, punched him to death? You're right, RuneScape is older and more convoluted than any N64 game. It likely has more glitches than any Nintendo 64 game. I don't know. I enjoy this. It's calm. It's nice. I like that I get to pick how active I'm being. I can't get over how good the different levels of activity and different rates of like XP and gold and stuff like that are. I mean, it's the backbone of a lot of things. Porters make it the backbone of gathering. The fact that you need it for invention is super important. There's all kinds of stuff. Divination is definitely one of the farthest reaching skills. So what we're looking at now, Queso, is you can get up to 200 points in the caches every day, Christo. So what we're looking at now is something called the Gim Games, Zesty, which is like a challenge league for group Ironman groups, where people will be able to challenge each other to games sort of like Soup's Gillinor games, and then wager resources and stuff, and then trade those across their group Ironman groups. It won't really work for people who are trying to rank or playing competitive, but it will work for anybody playing just regular group Ironman. Somebody caught that core memory, and then they didn't go put it in the thing. What an asshole. I would be cool with that if everybody was getting one. Yeah, Zesty, I believe it is. But, so right now, because I only have access to the lowest tier, the Lustrous, and sometimes they're a little hard to see, and sometimes they're like all the way across. I've decided to just do these faded memories because I can hit them extremely consistently, and then if a lustrous one pops up in the middle, I hit it. And so it feels like it's going a little faster when I get higher levels and I can use some of these other ones. And so it'll be easier to identify which ones I can go to and stuff and be a little more consistent with it. Then I'll probably switch it up. But for right now, I think this is probably better for me. What, you mean like click here over and over again or something? Hmm. Yeah, I guess it does go a little faster. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm getting it. I can't tell if it's faster or not, or if I'm even doing it right, so... It's interesting. I could see it having a lot of value. Oh god, I haven't been hitting this. I was paying too much attention to double clicking. I could definitely see where it might have more value in the future. When you're gathering much more valuable materials to like double your gather rates and stuff, I could see that being a pretty big deal. I wonder if that same thing works on like mining and stuff. Oh, it doesn't? Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know then. Wahoo! 1000 XP. Yeah, I'm really excited for the jar dump. Really, really excited. Might even go and get 2 more jars. That's 3K per jar. So 30, 60. Should be 80. Nope. Should be 74K with 26. Nope. 78K. Yeah. Should be 78K. I could do math. I'm not dumb, you're dumb. No. No, I really can't. Really can't. Oop, somebody got it. They were like right on top of that bad boy. Holy shit. Getting it. Fucking getting it. Holy shiznit. I have 11 Barrows amulets. Booyah. Yeah, I get Barrows amulets like they're fucking candy. I got back to back to back Barrows amulets. It wasn't 3 kills in a row, but 3 of the items that I got in a row over the course of like 45 minutes killing the Barrows brothers were all amulets. It was kind of fucking stupid. The Barrows has been really weird for me because I don't get the things that I want, but I do get more items than I should by a pretty significant amount. So I'm like really, really lucky, but also totally unlucky. Yeah, unfortunately, since I'm playing Iron, I can't sell them. And in fact, I high alped them. Because they're worth like 100k on high elk. Because why not? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm getting lots and lots of dupes. I mean, I've got like 3 of everything that I've picked up. And I can't get... I really want this bow. And I really want this wand. And those are the only 2 things left that I want. I mean, like I'd be happy to get Guthan's helmet or Durak's axe, because that would complete those sets for me. Don't really care about toe rags. But... no, I saved. Yeah, some other people told me about the Archie Amy. No! Somebody else got the 1000 XP. I'm so sad. That's really hard. There's I don't know if any of you have ever played Super Mario RPG for the Super NES. But there's a thing in there where you've got to race Yoshis, and it's pretty much just like this. You're tapping A and B back and forth to a rhythm, and that's the song where the rhythm comes from is you're gonna be like A B A B A B A B. Yeah, as much as doing the 2 ticks and the 1 ticks and stuff like that would probably save me quite a bit of time. I would prefer to use all of my really intense focus on, bossing and doing stuff like that. And then I'd rather just kind of chill and sit here and watch my duder do things for the rest of it. It's not overly important to me. Maybe if I had a limited amount of time to play or something like that, but yeah, I do stream every day, Grizz, except for Sundays. I take Sunday off every week. Stream every day for about 6 hours. Yeah, that's probably a good point, is to just try and do the 1 kick on the core. Usually about 5 p.m. Eastern. This Monday, we're going to have a little bit of a different thing going on. I'll still do the regular 6-hour stream in the evening. But I'm also probably going to try and be up at 9 a.m. Eastern and do a quick little stream for the Runescape Ahead that's supposed to be coming out at 7 a.m. my time. No, I'm in the Mountain Time Zone. I just use Eastern Time because it's easier for everybody to not have to do. There's more people on the East Coast. And that's, if you watch network television, they always use Eastern Time, and it's just kind of the standard in the US. So ain't no sense in making complicated for people. If I was really doing it right, I would just use GMT time. Or whatever time this game uses. I usually start streaming at 2200 game time. Central is the true time zone? Okay, sure. Okay, bud. What are there, 8 people and a handful of chickens that live in the central time zone? Really excited to see what they have to show us. I know they're going to surprise us with something. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Is I want to see the information that hasn't already been speculated to death. We're getting a lot over the course of the next year. And there's some details and stuff in there that I'm sure are going to be really, really exciting. Town has a population of 350, so at least that many. I mean, I'm from southern New Mexico, so I know all about small populations. There's about an hour and a half of dead space between all the towns in my state. And the average population of a town in my state is like 2,000 people. A new league is coming on OSRS. RS3 is getting a new region on the east of the map. Yeah, so that's something they've been talking about for a while, Grizz. It was actually in their last roadmap. Sometime in the beginning of this year, we're supposed to be getting Havenheith, which is a new region. So, I mean, over the course of the year, they're going to be dropping quests. There's probably going to be a boss or two over there. We're supposed to be getting a new skill as part of Havenheith. But I don't think that's supposed to come until the end of the year, is what I've been told. So yeah, there's a whole ton of shit just from that's going to be rolled out over the course of the year. And then that's exactly right, Grizz. That's exactly right. Gotta get tiered up so that when the new content drops, I can just go straight to it. 120 hunter and fishing content with that new region. Really? Wow. Guess I better get my fishing up. You've got the 120 for the combat skills coming. You've got a new zone. You've got the integrity roadmap. You've got the model update for the characters. You've got, I mean, just so many things. Oh shit, crafting pad at 18.9 million XP. Nice. Congratulations, Zesty. I still have 0 crafting pets. One of these days. my skilling pet luck is very good on this account. It's funny how it seems to clump like that. Like I got my 3 boss pets so fast, but I still haven't gotten any skilling pets. I'm interested how they adjust the XP scaling because of the max removal. Oh, MTX removal. Hopefully they don't change it at all. I mean, as things stand right now, Iron Man is perfectly fine as far as how long it takes to skill. So I certainly wouldn't want to accelerate the entire game because of the MTX removal. Yeah, I have I've gotten 3 boss pets in a total of less than 100 boss kills on those bosses. So I got the giant mole in 28 kills. So I have Molly. And then I got Flesh Hatcher in 58 kills. So I have the Flesh Hatchling. And then I killed the Dagonoth Kings, and the first time I killed the green Dagonoth King, I got the green Dagonoth. So that only took me 1 kill. I'll be right back, I gotta use the restroom. Alright, we back. Yeah, the 1KC Dag pet is pretty hilarious. One Wildy Flash event got the Dark Onyx core? Damn. What I really wish was that the pets showed what your KC was when you got the pet, and not what your overall KC is. Oh yeah, good night, Zesty. Thanks for stopping by. Always good to see that ugly mug of yours, even though I can't technically see you. Uh, there are no working mirrors in my house. I have shattered them all. It's why I don't use a camera. I'm afraid that the sheer horror of my visage would completely shut down Twitch in its entirety. Is this the fastest divination for my current? Probably. I would need to be actually going and getting lustrous memories and like moving around the map a little more to get like the absolute maximum. But yeah. I should not use a face cam. No way, no how. I mean, it's not really, like, I joke that I'm an ugly motherfucker. I'm not, like, hideously disfigured or anything like that. I'm a fairly average looking dude. But I don't think that having face cams really adds all that much value. I mean, I guess there's a little bit, but I would rather people be able to see the screen. And I would rather people associate me with my character than associate me with my actual person. I don't know. That's kind of why I like being able to keep this little thing up and have my little duder here. I considered at one point getting like a PNG or VTuber model, but I think because most of my audience is older, that probably wouldn't work out. All right, yeah, see you later, Grizz. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good night. Yo, what's up, Drippy Bun? How are you? Seeing your name makes me think of those, like, individually packaged honey buns that you can get at the store that are just like super glazed, super dense donuts. Feels weird seeing my stream in the morning. That's pretty funny. Yeah, you're like all the way on the other side of the planet now. I don't think this one's giving me memory jar either. What does this do? In a couple of days, my Pop-Tarts are going to be here. I'm pretty excited. Ooh, that sucks. I hope they got it off the plane. Hope somebody didn't run away with it. That'd be booty cheeks. That'd be big old booty cheeks. Didn't even notice till they called you? That's funny. I don't spend more than 10 minutes at a time away from my electronics, so I would have noticed almost immediately. Oh, well, if it's just the MacBook, it's fine. The gaming laptops are the important part. I think maybe we can fill up these last 8 jars. We're gonna go get 2 more. But if we can fill up these last 8 jars before stream's over here in about an hour and 10 minutes, that'd be pretty dope. Right, I'm gonna get 2 more. I'm just leaving those spots open for right now. I can do math. 6 plus 2 is 8. I got my fingers out and I counted on them digits. 1, 2, skip a few, 99, 100. Just like that. What's 11 plus 2? 63. That's right. Or break out them toesies. Also need to start paying more attention. Get into these memories a little faster. Ooh, what kind of monitor are you gonna get? Gonna get you one of those big curved bad boys? DisplayPort or HDMI? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think more than anything, you should probably just find the one that has like the refresh rates and stuff that you want. Don't worry so much about the port and worry a little more about what kind of specific specifications you're looking for. And then find the one that meets those specifications and is the best deal. Give me XP. Probably go for an OLED. That is one part of a computer build that I don't really know a lot about, is monitor technologies. I tend to just get a nice flat 1080 monitor for as cheap as I can. I don't play, and I think this is honestly something that people maybe go a little overboard with. And probably they end up going overboard with their graphics cards also because of it, is there's just a limit to how high fidelity I need things to look. And there's a limit to how high fidelity and the speed of refresh rates that certain hardware can achieve. And so I've always just been a 1080, 60 FPS gamer. Like, for as long as 1080's been a thing in gaming, that's to me way more than enough. So, like, I don't mind 60 hertz refresh rates. I don't mind, just a regular 1080p. I don't mind, all that stuff. I don't necessarily need a 1440. I don't need 144 hertz refresh rates because I'm just not that competitive. And if you're not playing, games like Counter-Strike or Apex Legends or even maybe some really competitive PvP MMOs where those refresh rates can have a real significant impact on your ability to maneuver and dodge or hit really tight windows for shots, then I just don't see a lot of value in those things. So I've never really learned about them personally. So, like, I don't really know what an OLED really means. I don't know what any of that stuff really is. I think mine is an LCD, if I'm not mistaken. But my monitor's pretty fucking old. Most people forget a bottleneck or two anyways, a card that can do 4K but no 4K monitor. But the best one 5 or 6 years ago, this 8K TV, but except a few select rare release, no movies or channels filmed in HK. Yeah, that's another thing, is if you're buying on the cutting edge, then you're really buying all that extra power for a very small percentage of what you're actually going to use your stuff for. Because, I mean, you can watch 4K movies on an 8K TV all day, but it didn't really do you any good. I don't know. I also think that on the whole, video games in general just need to calm the fuck down with the graphics. Like, let's just all together decide that 1080p 60 FPS is enough. And then let's stop making shit more graphically advanced than that. Because we're killing our player bases by expecting people to be able to keep up with new technologies. Right? If everything was 1080p, 60 frames a second, with a nice stylized look so that you were using colors to express shapes and shading instead of using shapes to express shapes and shading, then we could be playing on toasters and it'd be totally fine. But we've got all these new games coming out with fucking realistic graphics running 8K at, well, like 20 frames, but with extra DLSS technologies running at like fucking 100 frames. And nobody owns any of that equipment. Like, there's like 10 people in the whole world that have equipment that can run games like that. How are you expecting to turn a profit? Yeah, well, it's because nobody can play them. So the Steam machine was recently announced, right, Ryan? And I mean, Clair Obscur was not awarded as much as it was because of its visuals. It was awarded as much as it was because it was a really interesting, mechanically deep game with a good story and great music, and the visuals added to that. But I don't think that the game being super pretty was the reason everybody loved it. And I think Cyberpunk is kind of the same way. Like, the visuals can be additive, but you can have great visuals and shit mechanics, and your game is shit. But you can have great mechanics and shit visuals, and your game can still be great. So, visuals just don't matter. But this is one of the things that esports games do really well. For example, like League of Legends. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I've never actually played Player Obscur, so. Or what is the second? Is that the Needle game? I haven't played that one either. Yeah, exactly. Stylization is the most important, in my opinion, because you can spoof a lot of visual clarity with good color and shading. And you don't necessarily need high geometry counts. You can have, I mean, like this shirt probably doesn't actually have a crease in it right there, right? That's just shading on the shirt that makes it look like it's got a little crease. And that's much less graphically demanding than actually making that shirt have that crease in it. But esports games are really good about that. Right, if you've played Counter-Strike, if you've played League of Legends, if you've played, just any of those online competitive games, they're really, really low graphic fidelity because they want as many people to be able to play them as possible. Because the more people you have, the better your ranking system can be. The more people can get into games, and the faster they can get into the games, right? The lower the queue times. And you want everybody to be able to jump in and play, no matter what their gear is. And MMOs especially, would do really well to remember that, right? If you have a live service game like an MMO, and you're looking for people to be able to spend money on your game every single month, and that's how you're planning on pulling in a majority of your revenue, then you got to extend the number of players who could presumably play your game. One of the things that I'm really starting to think is Unreal Engine is probably not a great engine to be making modern MMOs on. Talking about MMO, any chance you play Foxhole next month with the new update? Oh, they're putting out a plane update, aren't they? I've never played Foxhole. I haven't really had any plans to play Foxhole. But I kind of want to play Anvil in Empires. And so I've got that on my wish list for when it comes out. I am much more into fantasy than I am into military stuff. And so if Anvil Empires wasn't in the process of coming out, then I might give Foxhole a little look-see. But since we have Anvil Empires to wait for, I'll probably just wait for that. I was going to play the Apogea beta or playtest. Speaking of which, if y'all really like, isometric MMOs, Apogea is having a playtest right now. It's really difficult to get your account created because they're sending out emails really, really slowly with your account confirmation number. And then by the time you get the email, it's expired. And so you can't register your account. So you got to wait for another email. And then it also takes too long. So they're having a playtest over the weekend. And I think pretty much everybody who signs up gets accepted. But if that's something you're interested in, I had intended to stream it today, but I just could not get my account created last night. So, normally yes, but I'm a logistics player mostly, so love to make thousands of shells to keep the artillery going. Yeah, see, I would love that. And so, there's a thing about Foxhole that I think is probably the most important thing you can do in a PvP game. And that's fucking factions. Holy crap. I don't know why so many PvP online games rely on guilds to create communities so that you can have people to join with and party with and stuff. Factions. I just want to be running around doing things, and then I want to see somebody from my faction getting attacked or chased or something like that, or I want to be running away from some people, and then I just want to see my faction members come out of the woodwork and blast them in the face and then get away. I don't want to coordinate that, right? That's not... We talk a lot about emergent gameplay. Well, so that's fine. Having guilds within factions is fine. Having guilds without factions, or as a replacement for factions, is ass. And there's a reason for that, and it's incentivization or leverage. So if you have a faction system, and that faction system is the highest tier of social interaction in the game, and it's run by the system, not by a player, then nobody can tell you you can't join that faction.
Nobody can tell you that you can't participate in faction activities. You are not barred from any of that group content, because you can always just go where your faction mates are and do the thing. And so it changes where the leverage lies. Because now, if a guild has a really specific goal, then they have to get people to want to focus specifically on that goal and join the faction. So players have leverage to say, what am I getting out of your guild that I can't just get on my own from the faction? Right? You have to prove yourself to each player who joins your guild. But if there's no guild, or if there's no faction, and guilds are sort of the replacement for factions, then now I need to join a guild to get access to a lot of that endgame content. And now the guild has leverage over me to say, why should we give up one of our limited slots so that you can access this content? What are you going to do for us? And that's totally fucking backwards. And I hate it. And it's every PvP MMO in the world. And it drives me insane. For that, I love driving my Logi truck, and when you encounter Partisan, you quickly pass it through chat. You almost summon 3 guys in a tank to hunt them down. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that is emergent. We talk about emergent gameplay a lot in MMOs. And emergent requires a lack of planning and communication. It's not emergent gameplay if guilds are planning a siege on, a certain base, and then everybody from their guild logs on at a certain time and attacks. That's not emergent. Emergent gameplay is, oh no, I'm in the shit, I'm getting attacked. Call out to my faction, people show up. And you get a lot more of that in factions than you do in guilds. Right? Guilds are too structured. Factions have casual players and new players and players that don't have skill who create chaos. Right? They're just out there fucking doing shit. And they have no clue what's going on. And they have no idea about the structure. And that chaos creates more emergent gameplay than anything else. Tanks, boats, and airplanes are kind of regiment locked since they cost lots to make, but are often also public, so you just join a crew. Missing a guy isn't that hard. See, that's great. Lack of planning, 20 idiots planning 10 days straight to just get the damn city with 4 regiments plus random who join. But that's where the emergent gameplay comes in, because you'll do all that planning, and then you'll get into a pitched battle over the city. And then on each side, there will be some random noobs that have no idea what's going on, don't even really realize that you've been planning this siege, and they'll just start attacking from a flank, or they'll just go running into enemy lines and doing weird shit. And that stuff, those players who have no clue what's going on, just running amok on the battlefield, creates so much more fun and interesting gameplay, right? It breaks up battle lines, it tears down communication, it tears down plans. It makes people have to do a lot more reactive stuff. It breaks metas. It's just so important to have random shit happening. And if you only have guild versus guild stuff, then that stuff stops happening as much, because you have a lot less casual players out on the field. And you have a lot more players who are like, I don't know, enemy guy over there, shoot gun. And that's where all your good stuff comes from. I mean, I've been the random dude a bunch of times. When I played Dark Age of Camelot when I was a kid, that stuff used to happen all the time. Guilds would plan sieges of certain castles and stuff like that, but I was never a part of those guilds, right? I would just run out into the RVR zone, and I would just go see what was going on, right? I would run to a castle because it had a little combat indicator on it, and I would just go see who was over there and see what was going on, and then I'd make a plan for myself, and I'd go execute that plan, but I wasn't a part of any structure. I was just in there creating chaos. Sometimes it went really well. Sometimes I died. And granted, you do need the guilds to do the plans, because that creates the structure for the rest of that stuff to happen. And that's great. But you don't have to join the guild to participate in those things. And that's what's important. Right? Maybe you're part of a different guild and you just happen to be on at a weird hour and your guild isn't on. There's still stuff for you to do. Maybe you're not part of a guild. Maybe you're new and you're just feeling out the game. There's stuff for you to do. But if it's all guild focused, and if the guilds are sort of the highest tier of social structure, then a lot of people get left out. Insane Artillery Show Builder, got 3 separate. That's funny. That's awesome. That's exactly the kind of stuff I would do. I would much prefer to craft and do things like that. Or run supplies to try and get it to people from whatever safe point to whatever battle line. That'd be fun. Or maybe even attempt to interrupt battle lines. Could be a lot of fun. But I do think Anvil Empires is going to be a good game. And I'm excited. I'm excited for that game because I'm hopeful that it'll be something that I can jump into from time to time, but not play religiously. I'd like to play this game and then once a week, maybe play some Anvil Empires. And I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? She said, I think I remember that film. I mean, I don't mind missing out on stuff. I don't need to be there for every single fight. As long as as long as I can participate without needing to have been there for everything. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be able to jump in for a day and not be like so underpowered or whatever. It's fine if I'm not there for everything. Hey, what's up, Grandmaster Corin? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. How are you today? Yeah, my concern is more if I'm not playing all day every day, am I going to fall behind? More than it is, am I going to miss something? How much doing heists? What's the goal? The goal for today is just to be doing divination. Oh, that's the one I need. Go fuck yourself. You're an asshole. Yeah, but we're just doing divination stuff. We're trying to get ourselves up to 80 divination, crafting, and smithing so we can get started on our invention. Gonna take a couple more days probably, but yeah, I don't like you. You're a buttface, William. I went to a heist because I had a crack one safe daily. Nice. Oh. That's pretty funny. That's good information to know. Now I know. I will trade you for an amulet, William. If we could do that, I'd do that all day. Then I could go whack people with a Guthin set. Wow! Yeah, I mean, that's really important information. Because those heists are pretty long. It'd be terrible to go through all that, realize it wasn't what you needed to do. I mean, of course. Of course. You don't want to waste the time you've already spent on it. That'd be awful. Oh shit, I got butterfly dust on me. Sorry, I just got like totally lost in thought there. Holy shiznit. Okay. I actually think I have completely... What is this? Interesting. I think I've completely lost my ability to focus. I was just like staring at a wall. So I think we're probably going to call it Grandmaster. I don't mean to bail on you right when you got here. But this is usually pretty close to when we end our stream. I usually get started about 5 p.m. Eastern, and then I go until about 11 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. But thank you for the follow. So we won't be back tomorrow, because tomorrow's Sunday. That's the day I take off every week. But starting again on Monday, we'll be back at the regular time for another 6-ish hour stream. So I hope everybody has a great day and enjoys their weekend. I will try to be up at the time when RuneScape Ahead comes out, and we may have a little stream during that just to discuss it and watch it together. But that'll only happen if I'm actually awake. So, yeah. Hope everybody has a great rest of their weekend, and I'll see you all on the next one.